Testing, testing. Test, 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 test. Test, test. Okay. That sounds okay. Well, it's always funny if you write down solutions on paper, but not what the problem was. But yeah, this is the actual problem. So since last time I streamed, I've been doing a lot of stuff. Mainly, I've written down all the main requirements for the game. And that's requirements for progression, friction, and affordances, which are the three biggest pillars of gameplay. And it became clear that the current path system is, well, not really inadequate, but it's not delivering what is best for the game. And that is namely that so I had the idea that, okay, let me start from the top. The requirement is sorry. The requirement is that the player has choice in the path. So that means they can go one way or the other. And that was not in the game. What was in the game 3 days ago was paths that go overground and underground. So they go through both layers, but there's no choice. So the new idea is that, I mean, it's not new. It's had this a while ago, but the idea is now that the player can choose to switch from over to underground or underground to overground at points of no return. And for that to work, I have to have two paths, one on the overworld, one on in the underworld, and they have to track each other. And they have to have segments, and at the end of these segments there are these points of no return where you can switch from one to the other. depending on depending on where you came from. And for that to work, I had to change how the graph of the layers works. So the world is divided in these little patches that are connected, and in order to implement these two paths following each other, I need pathfinding. So I need a well-designed graph that I can search through. And I had some kind of a Frankenstein graph where the edges were not really defined. They were actually set in two parts, entrances and exits. And I have now, well, I did this today. I made edges a single thing. I made a hash map that is maybe working. I'll have to check this coming up. And each patch points to these edges if they have an exit there. So this makes it super easy to traverse, and it makes it more correct. And I had aside from that, I made it, this is unrelated but sort of related. I made the paths that were previously the paths in the world were random. So the start point is random, the path is random, and the end point is random. Now all paths end at the center of the map, which means in order to implement this, I start all the runs at the center where they end, but I start the generation there, the procgen, and then the path wanders out. I did that, I think, 2 days ago, and in order to not change all my code, which depends on the path being in the right order, it's an array. It depends on the start being at index 0 and the end at index n-1. In order to not break that, I simply reversed it. I reversed the array, and I thought that would basically fix it. But with the Frankenstein edge system I had, this let me look at the picture. I drew a picture to understand what was happening, and basically I had this cross-stitching pattern of pointers instead of just the path normally progressing forward. This was also one of the reasons I opted to make the edges proper. So I did the edges, but it's not quite working yet. So if I let me make a clean build just in case. So all that changed is the storage, or the storage data types. The process of finding the path is still the same, and finding the patches as well. So if I run this, it works in the editor, but what doesn't work is when I go to the location, anywhere really, and okay, that's new. That's not what I intended to show, but that's a crash. I know what it is, so that's okay. Let's test somewhere else. Okay, and it also crashes. Starting to get suspicious. But let's try this with the third location. I thought the forest was working. Okay, so this assert let's try this one more time. Not sure if I rebuilt this completely. Yeah, okay, this crashes. So why it crashes is because of the hash map. Am I in the right file? No. So the hash map is, if you don't know what a hash map is, it's basically a hash table, but with positions. So instead of strings, you hash positions. That's it. That's all there is to it. And mine is pretty simple because I only put stuff in. I never change what's there or delete stuff. So it's actually just a hash function, and I'm roaming around senselessly here. It's just a hash function and an array and a bucket. So let's try and find where I want to go. It's in the find patches function. So this goes through the world tile by tile and tries to flood fill. And if it finds some stuff that looks like a patch, it makes it a patch. And a patch is just a small region. A small bordered region in the world. Think of it as a platform. And this is the flood patch function. And I'm not sure if the assertion is here. I think it's in these. So this edge function is new. Let's look at put edge. Okay, so it's not, yeah, it can't be breaking here. This runs before the editor opens, so it couldn't be crashing here. Has to be in the run.c. And let's look at the assertions. There it is. I think that's the only one. Yeah. So this is fair. This, I think, should crash here. So this is the pathfinding function, which is different from the patch pathfinding function. Just looked at. This builds the path through the world for a run. And what it does is... Actually, let's go through this. So it gets a position and a layer from where to start the patch. This is just housekeeping. This is a vector pointing away from the world borders, which just gets pulled in here and is given a bit of random direction just for the start. Then it pulls the patch at the start position. This should actually crash when I... so this is actually dangerous. This looks at the flood map that was created while finding the patches. So this is just a one-to-one representation of the world grid in which the find patch function writes indices for the patches. So if I take this flood map and I pass in the position, I will get the index of the patch at that position. But this flood map is default -1. So this might crash. What do I do if the position is bad? Actually, I can... Oh, can I? Think so. Can I check this? Pointer. Okay. No, this will still crash. So I have to pull this out. Like this. So if the patch index is less than 0, return. That's much better. So we have the starting patch. We put it in this nodes array, which should actually be called just path. But I'll change that later. So the nodes, which are just patches, have their first element, and then until we hit the target length of the path, which is I think 60 patches, until then we collect more path nodes. So we pull out this patch again. Assure that it has edges. Then we shuffle the edges, which should not be a problem. And that's just for randomness, so that when I pick one at random, I can just use the index. And then we have this number of edges, which is set to 0 and is about to get incremented. So for all the edges in the path, which is -1 of the number of nodes, which is basically the start patch. For all the edges in the start patch, we check if the patch on the other side exists. So basically we check if there's another node on the other side of this edge adjacent to the starting patch. So is there a patch next to the start patch? And this function is here. Bear with me. It's not here. It's here. So it's actually super simple. Edges have an array of patches, which is exactly of size 2. So that's because each edge connects only 2 patches ever. So I check the first index, and if it equals the patch we're coming from, then this is not the one on the other side. So I return the other option. Same here. If the patch at the second position of the edge is the patch we're coming from, then return the other one. Otherwise, return 0. And this is crashing. This is saying, I mean, it's not really crashing, it's just an assertion. In the assertion I said, if you find an edge and behind that edge there's nothing, then crash. Unless, well, and to crash it has to be a ladder, which is one of the traversal types, because the other ones are not implemented right now. So it only makes sense. It's only really wrong when this is true. So let's see. And actually, yeah, so what it does after this, it collects candidates in this patch, the start patch, candidate edges which are valid to follow, and it chooses one, and that's about it. And there are just a whole lot of conditions. But this is an error. This is not normal. So let's investigate this. Okay, here it works, but not here. So we are in find path. And let's start printing variables. Let's print the edge. So this is at 1100 and 600, which is not sure actually. Let me check the bounds. East, okay, that's the one west and north. So this is top X. Minimum X is this, and minimum Y is this. So it's about, where are we? In the middle of the map somewhere. Layer is 2. So it's on the overworld. And the patches are 0. And the fact that we are so deep into the world, well, actually, let's see NNDS, it's 1, okay. We are deep in the world, but we're not deep into the path. So we are at basically the first patch. The first path node. Oh. No, that can't be. This was in, so let's just note down this location. I started in the forest, I believe. So this should be in the forest. 609. So let's start this again. Go to the forest, and we are not quite there. 9 here. Oh yeah, this is the edge location where we crashed. It has 2 ladders. Should be called ledges actually, but yeah, that's historically wrong. And it has 0 patches, which is nonsensical. It doesn't make sense because they are right here. Here's one and here's one. So this tells me that the patch was probably not, that the edge was probably not populated correctly with the paths, with the patches. Oh my god, these terms. So let's look at the. This is the pathfinding function, but I want the world population function. It's some tile. What did I change? I want this. Is there more flood map stuff? No. So, where is this set? It is here. Yeah, this is it. So I think something's wrong here. Actually, let's go back to the that doesn't make sense. No, let's go through this. So this is the flood patch function, and it gets called here. So this is the thing that goes through every tile and tries to flood fill. This is the flood fill function, and I know that here, if the patch has no edges, it gets dropped. So that's important to know. So it was not that the crash was not because the patch did not have edges. It was because the edges were wrongly, how do you call it? They were wrongly set up. So in this flood fill function, if it finds a portal, which is a ladder for example, it creates an edge and saves that edge when this function returns an edge and not null. So this has returned an edge, but an erroneous one. So I can assert here, that the patches they should both be set. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense. And let's limit this to the ladders again. So if this crashes here, then we narrowed down the problem. Either of those. Wait, actually, actually this edge will get reference again from the patch on the other side. So one of those might initially be 0. So let's test if both are 0, which would be really bad. Let's add an S. And it hangs. Okay. Yeah, this is a recursive function. So that's bad. Actually, I want 33. So this is it's starting to flood here. Wait a second. Yeah, so this is inside the recursive function. And if it breaks here, that means this is the location I want to look at in the world. So it's frame 4, maybe. I think so, yes. So let's print X, print Y. I hope they're different. I think so. So that's 590. Oh, I can't write. And can't type. 590 and 266. Let's look that up in the world. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, we're not that far off. Oh, I didn't get the layer. That's layer is 0. So this is in the inner world. We are at 590, 266. What doesn't it like? So this is the edge. You know what? I have the number saved, and I have to add the patch index to the editor heads up display. But where that be? Our menu. Entity render selection. Info. VRAM, yeah, that can go. Who cares? It's gonna be tiny. Block position Z. Let's put that in here. And then I can say patch. This is the editor layer. Oh, that's wrong way around. So this should work. FMP undeclared, but that's here. Okay, patch -1 310. That's weird. What's going on? Okay, that's obviously not working. Info. Patch. Hello. I mean, this is exactly why is this world height? That's wrong. I think that's wrong too. What the heck? That is wrong. But that was wrong for quite a while then, and not an issue. So that's weird. This, I mean, this. I'd be surprised if this works now. Should I clean this? Yeah, let's maybe clean build. Just to be safe. Well, actually, it changed. Might have been who knows what. So I want the, let's go back to the test room. And it was this one here. So I'm in patch 0. And patch 38. Why does this not... Oh, is the flooding... Wait. Wait a second. The flooding should stop at water. But what does that mean for the edges? Oh, wow. I swear to God, if this is a typo somewhere. Well, I mean, it's good debugging training. So, should I print the number of edges? Or is it just some stuff because of these? Yeah, let me try this. Just it's a long shot, but is bottom. Let's remove those that are not in that are not working 100%. So let's see if this is crashing. It's not crashing, but it's also not working. So that's a change. I'm not sure if it's a good one. Okay, let's choose a region without, well, we're saying without these tunnels, but there's also all tunnels here. Maybe this one. Nope, it doesn't want to. So it doesn't, it's not letting me enter the game, which means there's no path to be found. But let's leave this here. And let's go into the run.c and look at the assertion again. If I just remove this assertion, okay, it's not doing it here. Nope. That's actually strange. Return one off. If, let's make it this way. Return object index equals 607. Not sure why this always comes up. Well, now I just, okay, this is even weirder. Even weirder. This port. So if this is a portal, basically, if this is a ladder, create the edge. Wait, is this? Did I just do this? Oh no, there's another one here. Oh yeah, this is the original one. The original one that crashed. This is what I put in just a moment ago. Let's remove both of these and try to jump in. Oh, okay, it works sometimes. Well, path is 1. It's better than 0. This is obviously yeah, this is broken. But I can jump in now. But it's always at the bottom. It's always path length 1. But why was it not allowing me beforehand? Oh, geez. Okay, here we are, having troubles again. Yeah, maybe I'll just step through the code further. But it has to be, I think it's in this one. Yeah, we looked at, that's right. I looked at the position in the underground. There was not much there. Okay, I mean, this triggers immediately. Let's see if it's exactly the same location. Frame 4. Print X, print Y, print this is L. Yeah, that's the same. So this edge gets created and both sides of it are 0. Is the patch maybe 0? That would be crazy. Well, the index is 0. That shouldn't mean anything. Let's look at the patch struct. Layer, NEGs. So no edges and in layer 0. 0 features. Is that true? Let me keep this commented out. 0 features. Well, that's a lie. I count at least 2. So what is it doing? Is it exiting early? Oh, this is the portal, because it does not have features. It gets those down here. Okay. So that's okay. But no edges after this is super weird, because this tests for not null. So let's look at the put edge function, and this as well here. So this gets interesting. Put the edge. So it finds a ladder, and it says, okay, this is a ladder which is used to jump between patches, so there should be an edge here. It gives the edge the position of the ladder, the type of the portal, which is a ladder, and the patch. And it wants an edge. So what it does is it finds the bucket in the hash map. Oh, it can return null, but then this function would have returned null. So that's valid. And it gets the bucket, which is just typical hash bucket. It has a number of elements and elements, which are all edges. This is just for collisions in the hashing. So it finds the bucket for the hash mapped position. It checks if the edge is already there, which means it goes through all elements in the bucket and tests it for the same position. And this might actually be wrong. This is wrong. Because there's another complication. Let me just note this before I explain it, before I forget about this again. This position comparison is wrong. This might be the problem, but it could be something else. It could be one of many problems left. But just to explain this, let me go into the world and into the forests. So if I have these 2 ladders here, and this is a patch, let me remove the markers. Well, that makes it harder, but basically this whole thing here is a patch unless it's delineated by trees, which this is. So there's a gap, that's a delineator, as well as these trees and this building. So the actual patch is this. This is the patch. So if I have a ladder that is found by the by the flooding algorithm, it says, okay, here is an edge, because this connects to this. This is the other patch, one of the other patches. But because I have 2 elements here, where do I put this in the hash map? Because the hash map has just one position. And I mean, there are two solutions. Put both of them. The first solution is decouple the edges from the hash map and have a many-to-one relationship, which means I can put both of these in the hash map and they point both to the correct edge. That would work, or because these, well, they are not the only ones, but these are elements that are what am I trying to say? There are not that many types of edge traversal in the game. So I can, instead of decoupling the edges from the hash map, I can also just compute the center position, because they are always one apart, and throw that into the hash map. And yeah, that's what I did, and that's the complication, and that's the error. Here I'm comparing the position of the ladder object with the position of the edge, which is between the ladder objects. Yeah, and that's done with this. It's called AP. And finding the bucket is also then dependent upon this. But oh yeah, it's actually a good idea. Let's rename this EP, just so it's clear. It's not a normal position. So find the, actually I think this calls, oh, and I also need the edge layer. Well, decoupling the hash map sounds pretty good right now, but it's just stupid. That I have to call two functions here. Actually, can I not just make it? Let's make this 3. Take this away. And then I can say 3, like 3i. And this returns 3. And then I can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Stairs. Can I do this? So here the position is created. Let's let me check if I have everything. Can delete this, but yeah. So the edge position, you throw in what object it is that constitutes this edge and where it is, and it returns you where the edge position should be. Yeah. So this is now vector 3. Which is good, and I can just say, okay, this has to be a vector 3, which is different from everywhere else in the game, where it's a vector 2 and a layer integer. So this is good. This means this error should not occur again in this function, at least. So this is here. Vector 3 integer edge position. And well, I got this hash function from the internet, but it was pretty shitty. So I just took the index of the tile in the world and modulo it with the size of the hash array. It worked much better. So yeah. For now at least. So that's Z, EP, Y, EP, X. This can all go. Do I want to keep this? Yeah, let's keep it for now. Limits position at over. Turn edge at edge position EP or null. I mean this or null. Not sure. There should be a test here, I think. But yeah. A bounce check, I mean. Checking the bounds. We have the ladder. We call this function put edge. We get the position of the edge. We get the hash map bucket for that position. We check if the position is already in there. I mean, if there's an edge already in there for this specific ladder, because there's a counterpart to the ladder, so this edge will get touched twice. So this should be better. Unused. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Don't need that anymore. It's already called here. The edge position function. Should this maybe be I to AP? Think so. Struct edge has no member named L. Sure. This is ep.c. There's also C. Did I ever set the position? Oh God. Don't think I did. EP. There's no member named L. Let's see if this sticks, and it doesn't. This is debug checked out. Yes, it is. Edge. Where is it? Edge position. What? Oh, okay. That should do it. And this is these vector types and functions. They do not want to get in my brain. EGP, okay. Now it might get interesting. EGP. That's not it. I have to be careful. Get next vector from alternate exit. Okay, this is fine. I can use the edge position. And here as well. So there's a vector that kind of guides the path as it's being generated, just to make the path more straight and not curve in on itself all the time. EGL P.Z. Wait, where was this? Paints path into minimap buffer. I think that's, yeah. Okay, let's see what happens. I mean, this works. What is wrong with the position? Oh, that's the, it just looks different. That's what I made. when I added the I mean, it looks good. It's just not used to it. Been looking at this other layout for a year probably. I want to go to the forest and see what happens. Oh, it's letting me jump in here, but yeah, there's still no edges. So I'm in the debug mode, and the debug mode should show me the edges. What is this? I have in the top left I am on patch 134 and it leads to 152, and now I'm on 133. Okay, something's broken. Something's not working. Is it really this? Okay, path length 2. One 133. No, it's still super weird. Maybe the well, something's wrong. Let's look at the output function, the heads-up display function first. Before I do anything else. So it gets the patch index probably wrong. Oh God. Let me look at the really important functions that have been working for a year now, what they use. This is visualize hide at, yeah, it's this. So no wonder, but this is so weird. Didn't change any of these, I think. Let me check if I'm chasing ghosts here. If they are actually different. Yeah, they are. (28, 9, 28, 9, 28). Oh, this is much better. 928, 928. Oh, I see. I have a marker here. I have a marker, ladies and gentlemen. And there's one here as well. So I have two exits. This one. And this one. Oh, why is this one red? Oh, am I still reversing the path? This is much better. Much better. Let's check for world height errors here, but none found. And here. What's this? Okay, here we are. Find patches, and we're gone. Okay, that looks good as well. So let's see if the well, actually, let me. Oh yeah, the reverse. The reverse path function. I think it kind of worked, but it was if the next patch is the one further up the path, then paint it red. That's in the debug mode. Let's look at this reverse, if it's even called. It is called. Okay. Let's jump in, and that did not work. Where was that? I think it was yeah. Again. Okay, I mean, this could very well be just a broken. Should I just not? Should I just ignore those? Let's see. If this turns out to be a broken ladder, then that's fine. Everything else would be kind of bad. Well, depending on what it is. So this starts the game proper. And it generates a path. It tries, I think, 1,000 times to get a path that is the correct length. So this really tests the path generation. And we are at here. And this is where do I get the position? Where do I get the position? There it is. So it's... Can I just put in the position? Not sure if I still have this. Doesn't seem like it. So this is... Wow, this is far. Um, 46 something and 486. This seems pretty random. And layer is 2, so it's on the overworld, and it's a broken ladder. So that's actually pretty cool. That I can find broken ladders this easily. I mean, I could have before. It's just one assert now. Oh, what am I doing? I could just... This doesn't make sense here. Why not? Let's go through these. Hello? Okay, this... What was it? Frame 4. And... Well, this is actually quite cumbersome. 880. 80. 529. This was layer 2. $529. This is it. This is broken. Kind of. Should work now. 1166. Thing is, I have no idea how many of them there are. I'll just do a couple more and then I'll stop it. This is layer 2. And yeah, this looks pretty broken. Oops. Actually, do I want... Oh yeah. I want this here. Yeah, well, let's stop right here and say find broken bottles. Okay, let's try this again. Full run. Not about. A.out, please. Let's see what happens. Okay, it found 64 patches after 500 tries. It's a bit excessive. But let's see. Where are the exits? There's one here. Here one. Okay, they are removed already. Wait, is that true? Oh, how many exits are there? Okay, this one is not. So the unused path removal works again. That's great news. That's fantastic news. And it's red. The path is forward is red. So the path reversal also works. This is the exit. It took 500 tries, which is a bit unnerving. But yeah, I hope it's the upper bound. Following the path. Oh, actually, yeah, it did not. These are not removed. Why are these not removed? Why are these visible here? Are they visible because I'm so far away? or what? Why are duplicate exits? I mean that these are removed, so the others should definitely be removed too. So let's see if how it fares with another try. 600 tries, 500 tries, 300 and then aborted, and 800 tries. So this is actually, oh yeah, sure. The wait, I did only remove, so this, it may just have less portals to choose, less edges. Let's go into the find path, and let's make this be the in the underworld, and see how many. Great. And see how many how it fares down there, creating the paths. Not running. Well, actually, better. That was okay after 70 tries. That's pretty good. That's completely reversed from yesterday, where the overworld did pretty well, but the underworld didn't. Okay. That's pretty good. I mean, this seems to be working. Could have been a path right here. I mean, an edge. There's not. So that's good. Same here. I mean, there should of course be one somewhere. Shouldn't have deleted all of them. Okay, there's a stairs up. That's good. But I think, well, right now, if I take these stairs, I should land in an open world game. So that's not what I want. Actually, there maybe someday there might be an open mode or something like that. Oh. But yeah, the world would have to have much more to offer for that to be feasible. Okay. So that's pretty good. Hmm. All right, I'll take a short break. I'll be right back. And then I'll look at the requirements and where I can start with the path alignment, which might be maybe impossible. I'll have to look at that. But yeah. I'll be right back. So I have the nodes, I have the reversing working, I have enough connectivity on the underground, I have so-and-so connectivity on the overworld. I should fix the these tunnels. They are pretty bad right now, especially because you can see the other side. But nonetheless, I need to give their edge a location. And that's tricky because they can be, I think, up to 10 tiles apart. But I just need both locations. Take their average, and that should be it. Order does not matter. Just needs to be placed somewhere. So that should actually be not that hard. Yeah, let's pmx stats, pmx status. Let's commit this. Make edges and path reversal work. Okay. LCI. What happened there? Okay. Actually, let's also rename the path from this nodes stuff. Wrong file. Here. Number of nodes. Should I call this path? This might collide with something. No. Well, this kind of works. Actually, that's... So this is one path, but I need two. So this will change anyway. Let's not do this. Let's look at the requirements and the notes. So I have this here. Well, that's all I have to look at. So this part right here is what I'm working on. This is affordances requirement 1 with both of these. Actually, should this be requirement 2? Doesn't matter. These are both requirements for the paths. I have stairs decoration informs path decision. Regions are unmistakable. That's 1. So these are giant requirements. These encompass a lot of the game, but that's their point. And this one, paths are evenly paced and contain interesting path switch choices. From that I derived these to-dos. Make overworld regions be more evenly distributed. I did this. Make over and underworld paths that match each other's trajectory. Path, make them prefer exits that retain the current region. Okay. Paths have a minimum amount of different regions. Connect over and underground at regular intervals. So I'm now at this one. Make over and underground paths that match each other's trajectory. And to do that, I have this broken down further. Make underground path match the overworld path length. I did that. Use A star to make the underground path follow overground path at segmented locations. So I'm not sure if this works. But I have no idea what else to do. I mean, I could cheat and say and just make the two paths that are wildly different, one on the overworld and one on the underworld, place portals every 10 patches or so that connect the two, and say, okay, that's it. Problem is, the problem is when they lead into different directions. So if I enter the underground and it suddenly goes upwards, north, after I've been going south the whole time, that's weird. It's not that bad, but it's weird. More importantly, when the player cannot create a map of the world in their head when these two are disjointed. There's no learning the map, which is really bad. But I know that there are stairs in the world that connect both of them, so I know there are points when the two paths can converge. And yeah, I just have to make one follow the other. Or of course I could make both follow follow points, which may actually be better. But that would be more involved. So make them prefer edges that retain the current region. I'm not sure if this is needed. This is not needed if I can, let's say I make both paths follow points that I set on the map. Then I can set the points in a way that makes this obsolete. Let's look at the requirements for the path, for the patches to be followed. So no backtracking, that's of course, no interiors, no dead ends, no loops, and well, that's it. That's actually it. So this should not prevent the pathfinding. And it sounds amazing. If I can just set points on the map and the paths generate themselves, but how would I go about setting these points? Let's look at the game. Maybe not. Maybe not on the lake. So if I want to place points across this screen, five or 10 patches apart, how would I do this? I could That's actually not a bad idea. But also I could take these places like this, these houses right here, place a marker and do that for many other places as well. And have them be a grid, a graph as well. And pick those. Have a random path follow through those. Then have the pathfinding go through the points. And that's it. That would give me much more control, but it might also throw away a third or so of the patches, because they are never visited unless I give the pathfinding a perfectly adjusted amount of randomness. But that sounds really clean to me. Make over and underground paths that match each other's trajectory. So that would be covered by this. Make them prefer edges that retain the current region. That if I place the waypoints correctly, that would be covered. Paths have a minimum amount of different regions. That's hard in any case. but more doable with waypoints. And connect over and underground at regular intervals. The points of no return. That would be also easier with waypoints, because I can make waypoints that are on a patch that has stairs. Problem is I would have to place all these waypoints, which is okay. Might take a couple of hours. But yeah, I think this would be the best solution. I think I'll do that until further notice. Make both paths follow waypoints. Follow a, what do I call it? It's also a path, but what's a different name for path? The path through the waypoints. Follow a abstract path through waypoints. So another problem with this approach is I have this requirement that I have stairs every, what was it, 12 or so. Here it is, every 12 I think 12. Well, it's 1/8. 1/8 of the total path, or 1/6. One of those. After these short segments, which are 12 patches long or something, there must be stairs. I mean, it's not that bad if it's a couple more or less, but that's a hard requirement. Let's paint these stairs in a color. Let's make it cyan or something. Okay. So there are plenty of them, which is very good. But some of them lead to the interiors. They don't count. Great. They should have a different symbol. So let's say, I think it's half of that, then maybe, yeah. I mean, if push comes to shove, I could punch a hole between them procedurally. That's bad. I could make the stairs be the grid, be the graph. That would make sense. But I'm not sure what I'll lose by that. But they are the most important part. One thing I have to think about is other ways the player can impact the path. Actually, with this technique, can I make branching paths more easily? I can just call the find path function between two waypoints twice. That would make that would make the path a linked list. Oh God. That sounds horrible. I'd much rather have it collapse when the player jumps off the ladder. That means the path will stay mutable. Over the run. Which sounds even scarier. Yeah, actually that's too much. So I have these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, let's say 8 segments. How many branches would I put there? So I have 8 segments on the over and the underworld. If I put branches in there as well, that might be well, if a segment is 12 patches long, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's a good chunk. Is it enough if I branch this? Oh, if I branch more, then I'll have to, oh god, if I branch more than one segment, then I need 2 connections between over and underworld, which means I need to branch both paths. But if I just branch one segment, so let's say from here to the top of this mountain, one way goes here, the other way goes here. That's one segment branched. But those 2, they don't have a waypoint. The waypoint is up here. Here's the waypoint and here's the waypoint. So there's no way, well actually, there's no way to know if it's even, I mean, branching means there should be a choice. If you know what happens or not, whether you know what happens or not, it should be a choice. You should have, if you arrive here, there should be the possibility that you've missed something major by taking either the one path or the other. But if there's no waypoints in between, I cannot. Well, if the waypoints are always at an important place, then there's nothing between two waypoints. But the waypoints are, as I said, just the stairs. I mean, I can make this abstract grid as complicated as I want. As long as it follows these segment rules, that there has to be a point connecting over and underground every dozen patches or so. What I can make is skip waypoints with shortcuts. What are these waypoints? I mean, for content, there should be something special, like this building here. I mean, this doesn't count because there's a stair here, so this would be a waypoint. There's 2 stairs even. But this is nothing important right here. Maybe stairs shouldn't be important. But they are still the metric for these segments. So they might just lead through boring patches all the time. I mean, I would have to try it out. But this stair right here has 4 others surrounding it. So pick one at random. Let's pick this one. And then let's pick this one, and this one, and this one, this one, this one, this one, maybe, this one, this one. Yeah, I'm kind of avoiding a lot of stuff. Oh, am I really? I don't know. But this is kind of close to something good. Well, where's the other? Where's another stair? It's pretty barren here. So this is also a problem. If there's no stairs, then this area will never get visited. Yeah, I actually think this abstract graph thing is not a good idea. I'm beginning to think that. Because if I make my pathfinding function a bit more complicated, I can look at the path kind of a look ahead. So I can look at the next patch. If it has, let's say I'm at 12 patches in, I need a staircase. And I look at the next patch and it doesn't have one. And I look at all the other patches adjacent and none have a staircase. And I can rewind and look elsewhere. And this way basically the whole map is covered. Problem is that this of course does not doesn't make the 2 paths follow each other. Is there another idea somewhere? How do I make the 2 paths follow each other? I could also make this a blue noise point cloud. Then that's random again. What? Graph. Make our world regions be more evenly distributed. Make over and underground paths that match each other's trajectory. Make them prefer edges that retain the current region unless a maximum is reached. Paths have a minimum amount of different regions and patches of them. What? In them. Well, I can test this much easier with a third graph. Connect over and underground at regular intervals with points of no return. Also easier done with a third graph. I think it should be another abstract graph. The question is, what are the points? How are the points defined? Have a minimum amount of different regions and patches in them. So this means any patch. So there should be any kind of patches. All kinds of patches should be in the points. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to meet this target. Make them prefer edges that retain the current region unless a maximum is reached. That's also all patches. So basically, it's just patches. And that's just what I have. So yeah, there's no abstract following. There's just the requirements below. Make over and underground paths that match each other's trajectory. And that means make underground follow the overground path using pathfinding. And I think this is getting more important. Make overground path have a staircase. All 12 patches. I looked 10 minutes ago or so. I looked at the requirements for patches to be picked, but there were basically none. So I can just pick the next patch with a staircase in larger radius to navigate towards. So I can just, well, there I am. I get the abstract path. Going in circles. This is just the abstract path idea with all waypoints being staircases. Okay, am I shooting myself in the foot with using this abstract path? What else? I mean, the requirement is paths are evenly paced and contain interesting path switch choices. To be interesting, I think you should have at least 2. So branching. I can add branching later, I guess. Take a short break. I'll be right back. But yeah, this is tricky. I might have to do an actual real graph. Which is not fun. Or I stick with just snaking my way along, discarding ways the path can go if they don't match requirements. I mean, I think that's actually maybe with some kind of look ahead or something. I think that's much more manageable. It might be worse for performance, sure. But I can I can optimize that. I can't optimize away a complex system. That's not really necessary. So yeah, I'll be right back. So let's bring this in order real quick. Connect over and underground at regular intervals. That's enough. Make over and underground paths that match each other's trajectory. Underground path, follow the underground path using pathfinding. That's what I'll do. So this is the next one. Let's look at the run. What happens if I have two paths? What happens? What happens? Maybe it's just like adding yeah, adding a layer here. So I'll only have to find the first path. So if I remember correctly, all the path is really for is to remove the unused exits. And like there's some post-processing. And yeah, to place stuff on it. Oh yeah, the features, of course. It's to place the features. It's to remove the exits. Thin out vegetation. And that's it, I believe. No, yeah, but how do I implement branches? With this technique. I don't, I think. I think I need the abstract graph for branching. I know, but how would I... How do I store a branched path? I mean, Yeah, I do need the order. I could just say, okay, every path has 2 branches. That's 2 additional arrays. And that's it. It might actually... If the branches don't cross over a staircase, I can make the underground have a branch in the same place as the overground. I could just have it follow it. Oh, there has to be an easy way. Just looking at a at a picture of dots and arrows of a path. It's not nothing too interesting. Just trying to imagine how I could implement these branches. If they skip, if a branch on the path skips a waypoint, I mean that would make the branch much shorter, which means it can only happen in tight bends of the irregular path. So that's also not a good idea. If I have a path and then at a waypoint it splits into each of these 2 branches has a waypoint in it, and then they converge on the latter waypoint, and it's single path again. Then I would have man, this is hard to visualize. Then I would have 2 coinciding waypoints on the overworld and the underground. That it looks pretty cool. but how would you implement this? I'm not sure if you can see this. It looks like this. If I take the abstract graph approach, I have no idea how to think of this in not a graph base, but a continuous path generation way. Because at one point you'd have to say, okay, let's do this twice. Actually, what can work is if you generate the path, single path, completely, then you go back, you look at a point, let's say 1/3 into the path. Take this, you pick a waypoint that's not on the path but outside. You pathfind to this point that's outside the path. So now you have a dangling path. Then you pathfind back into the path. So that would have generated a branch. So looking at it this way, this seems much more doable. But I'm not sure if this doesn't break the path generation. There's so many constraints there. But this would be the way to do it. You generate the whole path, and then you take path segment, let's say 20 of 100, choose a random point outside the path, but in direction of the path, pathfind to there, then you take segment 60 or so of 100 of the path and pathfind back to that. And you put this into a separate array. So then when I generate the underground, I can pathfind along the normal path and then pathfind along the branch. Where do I... So this would work, but this loses... I mean, it's not lost, but it's... The continuity of the path is kind of... Well, it's complicated. I have find path. Where am I? When run? Yeah. What depends on the path being? Well, actually, let's look at the exit removal. So this on at the points where there are branches. Normally this would remove everything but the path forward and back, but it would have to leave the exit for the branch. This is pretty easy, I think. I go through all the edges of this node and I can say, hey, if this is the other patch, the other side of the edge, when this patch is the beginning of the branch, then continue, which means don't remove the exit. So that's also pretty easy. What did I say before? The features, place features. And this just goes through the whole path. Start, okay, that's not, the start is not in the branches, that's fine. Put the feature. Features. How the hell do I get these features? But yeah, basically this would just add another for loop for the branch here. But the features, flood something, no flooding. Oh, that's a patch. Yeah, that's static. So that's fine too. I think this might just work. And I could just name it, I mean, I have find path, then I could say branch path or something. And create 1 or 2 branches. And then I'd say I mean, I need the underworld. Find underworld. Or maybe I just add, oh, there's a layer right here. Can just say that. So that, I think, would work. Oh, what about this reverse path? Oh, it's another headache. Do I reverse the path? Yeah, I'll do it after branching. I just thought about I still haven't repaired what they're called. I'll just note it. Repair the missing portals. I should do that first. That is here, I think. Yeah. Teleport. That's fine. Stairs. That's... I think I have those. Porches, yeah, I just need porches and the tunnels. And porch is just... there is one. X is... Oh, do I need to find the other one? I have to. So these are just the objects to traverse gaps, or essentially edges, in the world. So for all layers, okay, this is bad. This is an eye. Great, this is an eye. Also bad. Let's see. So for all the layers, if this, well, I need the edge. What? I passed this in there. For all the layers, this doesn't matter actually, because I'm looking around. So I have that's cardinal directions. X plus dx plus dy. So if there's a tile at the cardinal direction x, then, and it is a porch, then what? Then x is... Oh. Is it really +1? Where is a porch? Here. Oops. Here, yeah, it's really +1. Oh, very cool looking. Thanks, Sorcerer. How are you doing? Thanks for checking in. X is... So if it's +1... Oh, what do I do? Okay, let's say min of that zoom animation. You mean... Well, this is just the editor, so... This is my right stick for zooming in. Yeah, the actual game looks like this. Yeah, but it's in an early stage, so. The way there's a subtle 3D effect. I guess the editor in the game uses it. Yeah. It's all a bit 3D. So I think I'll just use the minimum of both. What flavor of C? This is C99, I think. Let me check. Yeah, C99. With some GNU stuff that I don't know what it does, but it's necessary. Y, D, Y. Does this work? Well, it may work. It's can't break out of here. That's annoying. I mean, this should be called only once. Let's YOLO it. And what else? The tunnel. Stairs. Where's the tunnel? Oh, there. Tunnel needs, yeah. Search in all directions. PN. What do I call this? This is annoying. What was this? Is porch? No. Yeah. Tunnel. Cardinal directions, and then for 10 tiles. What's going on here? Oh, okay. So I need P. I have P. And that is just L. I don't need that. Why is this here? Do I need this? Don't think so. don't want to return this either. I want this. Well, p.x. Oh. Oh, wow. Well, I can just... Actually, I can just use the minimum again. And that's p and... Come on. pn. Layer stays the same. This might not work. I mean, they just have to... Both sides just have to agree on a position. What am I doing here? Return this. Oh, okay, I get it. Let's see if this minimum stuff works. Turn this on. PN. How do I test this? Well, I don't need to. Assert 0. This is put in the edge and the edge holds both sides, which are patches. If both are not null, then assert 0. I should maybe check where that is. That is in 4, 1080 to 77. Layer 2. Oh, can't even. That's bad. Well, it has the same patch. That's exactly the if statement that I removed. Right here. So let's test this around here. Well, yeah, actually here. So if it's 0, okay, instead of asserting here, this is just a bad edge. Put patch reference on edge. Can I still return 0 here? So the edge is not null. Can I 0 it out? Oh, this is bad. I can't leave it broken. I also can't. I think I do have to remove it. If I don't have both sides of the edge, then that's just broken. So I can B0 this here. But then I'll have to... Do I know the index? Oh, I know it, it's I. So oh wait, I don't know where it came from. No, I know where it came from. It existed. So this is annoying. Let's make this explicit so I don't throw it away. Oh, there's more eyes. I. So here I want to throw the data away. I want this pointer to be 0. And then I'll need to decrement this, and I'll need to fill the hole because I don't know where this was. It's not sure if the edge was at the start of the bucket or the end of the bucket. So I'll have to fill the holes, but I have this somewhere. Where was it? Was something in the items? Subtract or remove. Come on. Was it in the... Well... Was it in the object? If I can't find it in a minute, then I'll write it myself. Take these entities. Yeah. I have an eye still. This, I mean, you would want to look at a reference with this kind of stuff because that's my plus. This is off by 1 error paradise. So if this is null, set it to its successor. And its successor to null. And then, what was it? Do I need to increment or decrement I? Or do nothing at all? I think I don't do anything. In fill hole and bucket. That's funny. Actually, I can set this to AGI. And this may work. These are not pointers. Oh no. Okay, let's use OI. This is still correct, which is basically this. Like this more. Is null, that's not needed. So if this object index is 0, then move this up. And B0, the next one. This maybe. Well, it doesn't crash. Oh god, that's scary. Let's look. Let's see what it does. Oh god. Okay, this is the editor. This doesn't count. This counts. 64 after 7 tries. That's unheard of. 64 after 60 tries. Still quite good. Okay, this is a jungle. This could have a tunnel, something. Okay, this is suspicious. Oh, this is very suspicious. Oh god. That's catastrophic. It didn't remove any of the exits. Wait, is this iterating? Not really. A safe reference. Actually, I can assert this, because this one must be set. And then I can just say set this. Let's make it this way. I can also what am I doing? I mean, yeah, this is getting irritating. Okay, I mean, this looks like there are exits missing. As there should be. Yeah, okay, this is it only the underground that works? That was weird. Where am I now? Still underground. Still underground. Oh, did I? Oh, it might be because I told it to do that. Let's just see. Well, I mean, this works, but I didn't change anything. It's weird. Find path. That's not it. Here. Let's. What? This is layer 2. Why is it? What's happening? Have I left something? Am I missing something? I did not start from the editor. And this is all commented out. And then... Where's this path end? Oh, okay. What? That doesn't make much sense. That's not where I start. Oh, but that's where the pathfinding begins. Yeah, that makes sense. Does it take... Oh, it may actually take these stairs now. And I'm overground. So that was just chance. But how does it look? It looks bad. 2 exits. Please, no more. No more. That's good. Let's follow that one. One exit, or only one exit, that's good. There's a staircase. No exits there, so that's good. It seems to be working. Seems to be working. Now this completely I have no idea where I was. I was trying to repair the missing portals. I was trying to test the portals, I guess. I think they work. Let's go to the forest. And let's hope those tunnels here appear. What's happening over there? So there's one exit. Oh, this is bad. Let's remedy this immediately. Want to... This is also not good. Also a giant... And let's add a jump. I mean, yeah, there are many places like this that need fixing. That's better, I think. Yeah. I think this works. Let's look at a staircase. See if it disappears. Yeah, this is one that should disappear. Why have I not done the stairs? Could also be. Was it here? Yeah, I think so. Stairs. Stairs. So that was LP. If it's the same layer, oh, now I need it. If L equals, okay, that's it. If the tile at yeah, this should be, where's P? Okay, that's just XY. If the tile at the stairs is null, then return. If it's not a staircase, then continue. Else this. Well, actually, I want to set the layer. Yeah. Should I? There's no returning errors from this. It's a bit brittle, but it's fine. Where's... And it's gone. And it's there. And it's gone. And it's gone. And it's there. And it's there. And it's gone. So that's very good. Repair portals. Make portals work with edges. And that's objects, requirements. Why not tile? And why not the nodes as well? So this is really dangerous. Fixing these small things after having thought so long about these paths, because half of that knowledge is gone again. So let's go over it again. Let's summarize it. Summarize the paths. I have one path on the overworld, I think. Yeah, I think the overworld is more complex. In the overworld, that gets generated as usual. Then I follow that up in the underworld by A* pathing of the overworld path in the underworld to mirror it as good as I can. Then I go to the overworld again. I pick a point on the path, create a branch using pathfinding to a point away from the path and then back to the path and write that into a different array, and I do the same thing in the underworld, because I must hit the same, what's it called? The same, man, I need a word for this, for the stairs, for the connecting patch, for the maybe I'll think of one, but I need a word for this. So that's it. What's missing is, of course, the pathfinding. That shouldn't be too bad. Let me look at the timetable. Okay, I have 4 days left. That's, yeah, that may be, so actually it's more like 3, because I spent all day today on this. But oh, actually I didn't do any of these today. I did this one yesterday. Okay, I did the edges, so that's important. Make underground path for the overground path using pathfinding. So this is the next step. And then this is gone. Connect over and underworld at regular intervals. The points of no return. That's basically in there. The underground path, the overground path has a staircase, all 12 or so patches. Oh, it's not included. But I can still, if I have the path, I can look at it when it's done, and I can say, or maybe I look at it every 12 patches or so and say, okay, is there a staircase in the last 3 patches? If so, make it a connecting one, or enable it and make it, mark it as a segment end. So that's, I think I can do that. And if that doesn't work, I mean, if the path is so misshapen, then I'll throw it away. But there should be enough staircases. So make them prefer edges that retain the current region unless a maximum is reached. That can be cut. It would be bad to cut this, but it may also just not be possible. Paths have a minimum amount of different regions. That can also be cut. Would be bad to cut it, but it can be. Those two are actually like this. And then stairs decoration. Regions are unmistakable. I think first one is make connecting stairs have prefabs And the other one is let's make it large. The other one, regions are unmistakable. Make regions unmistakable. I think that means more unique. Actually, let's more unique. I think that's good. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to start the if I want to start the A-star pathfinding right now. I should do that with a fresh mind. Otherwise it could end in disaster. But yeah, I'm not confident in the edge and node system as I have it right now, because it was kind of a rushed job, but I will have so many points where I'll have to rely on it, that it'll be hardened over time. I mean, it's not too complicated. It's just the hash map is a bit strange. I don't like data structures that have this kind of variance, and well, unknown properties like a hash table. It's just, I want to know what happens behind the scenes, and they are pretty opaque. Either I want the game to run forever, or I want it to crash immediately, and hash tables make that more annoying. So yeah. But other than that, the other requirements, let me think. So they were progression, progression, friction, and affordances. So progression requirements were the what you would think, that it gets harder the further along the path you are. I listed the number of items, the how progression happens, and then the friction. I listed all types of friction, which are monsters, of course. Then pathing. Why is there no exit here? Am I? And that every type of friction should have a affordance or progression item that fights against the friction. I think there's really no exit here. Or am I blind? And what was the third one? Affordances. Yeah, so affordances and progression are kind of, well, they are related, of course. Affordances are just all items and abilities. Well, actually, is it? Well, affordances in my game, in my mind, are all moves, all moves the player has. So that includes items, but also movement or just drinking something. So that's in there for the affordances, and just mainly how they are all tied together. I can't find the exit. That's really bad. Check out requirements. So here, progression, acquisition, and possessions allow the player to adapt to any encountered frictions. This is super broad because it's supposed to. It's supposed to be recognizable distance made on the path, or 1,000 paths that lead through interesting recognizable places. Yeah, basically all of this. And I wrote these because after implementing the features, as I did over the last week or so, I felt that something critical was missing. And it was. It was the top-down view of the game. So I have bottom-up, but I needed top-down. And that only became possible because I had the bottom-up implemented to an extent where things became much clearer. So these things I'll implement over the next week or so are all top-down, big picture things like the pathfinding. And after that, I'll switch back to bottom-up. So that it's, who knows if it's the best approach, but I hate stumbling around in the dark, so I had to take a step back and think this through, and I can't do that on stream. It was just me sitting here for 2 days, staring at a piece of paper. So that's not really stream worthy. Damn, I missed testing the restart. I like this. This looks like Look, this looks like the pyramids or something. I like this color scheme. I mean, these tiles kind of destroy it. And also this snow. That is just a placeholder. Yeah, and another thing I did was I reduced the health. So right now I have 4 health. Before it was, I think, 10. And this made the game much better. I mean, I only played. I mean, there's not much to play with, but I played a bit and wrote down everything that was bad. And I mean, it was all bad, but some things stood out even then. And that it was boring. So I pulled down the health, and it's more exciting. I mean, it would be exciting if there were enemies, but somehow I managed to have absolutely nothing here. What is happening? Oh, I also have, I mean, this is completely broken. Oh, that makes sense, because only I started in the underground and there's nothing generated on top, but the stairs are still there, so that makes sense. So I'll push this, and then I think I'll end stream. Yeah, but I'll have to note this. Or maybe I'll remember if I look at this piece of paper. I think so. But yeah, don't know how the pathfinding will look and how this will go, but I have, of course, pathfinding in the game, but not for graphs, but for grids. I might have to Google a bit for that. I also have books, I think, that could have that. I have Introduction to Algorithms, which is, I mean, you could kill someone with this thing. I'm not sure if it has pathfinding. Bee trees, yeah, great. Graph searching. Oh, Dijkstra is in here. So it could actually have it. Oh. 620. Directed acrylic graphs. Bellman Ford. Why did I use that? Solves the single source shortest path problem in the general case in which edge weights may be negative. Man, couldn't they write this simpler? Dijkstra, okay. Weighted directed graph, but requires non-negative weights on all edges. Okay, I think A star is just Dijkstra with a heuristic, wasn't it? I think so. Difference constraints. Constraint graphs. I mean, this is actually kind of interesting. Anyways. Status. Clean. RCS clean. And push. So -1 day. Man, these days they really they really fly away. It's crazy. Solve the branching path problem. That's gone. Progression. This is started. And I subtract a day. Yeah, here. So this will be close. Change world graph or make patches into a graph with edges. And what else did I do? I think that's actually it. Create graph, world graph. I mean, there wasn't one before. Did I bug fix or tweak? Don't think so. Yeah, I think that's it. Maybe another date. And to the server. Okay. All right, that's it from me for today. Don't launch it. Classic. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with more pathing stuff. So thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you next time. Bye.